Hello everyone and welcome back. We're back with more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we spoke with Harebrayne, who is the suspect in this current case, and we actually learned that he was apparently college buddies with Von Zeeks, who again is the prosecutor of the case. So it'll be very interesting to see where this goes. And we also learned that Van Zeeks was apparently a very different person back then, so there's also a mystery of what happened to cause him to change. Oh, I'm forgetting to do this. Just a sec. Yeah, give me a moment. I'm sorry, I forgot to do something. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, now we're gonna get started. So let's see how I do with this case. Seemed like I didn't get much evidence yet. So, but I guess that's typical. I usually don't get it until the second half of the trial. Yeah, see, I don't have much evidence here at all yet. See, I think I usually have more than this by now. Maybe we'll get some during the trial. Anyway, 23rd of October, 8:52 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! Good morning, Professor Harebrayne. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmosphere pressure is here is off the charts. I never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I hear that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Oh, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life! To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public! Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been numbered with a most tiresome case here. Oh, my bad, wrong voice. I need to stop assuming. I didn't think it made sense for him to be on this side of the courtroom at the courthouse anyway. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
That was very mean, Reno, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him.
Oh! Is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes! Indeed, sir. I am he. Sherlock Sholmes! Please don't. Oh, I've heard all about your exploits when you was living in Germany.
Ah, yes. Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany, too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the Speckled Band.
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tusspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. So you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely. Absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrayne. Oh, right, thank you. Before I depart, Miss Naruto, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounded in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have some...
Oh, come on. Alright, just a sec.
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Renosuke. That's the key to this case. October, 9:10 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrayne. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
I'm 6 months out of practice. And what's more, I'm without Suzato-san today. Is it just my imagination, or does the year in here feel even more oppressive than usual?
So, I must say, I recollect the victim in this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman.
Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, although that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Von Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty.
Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
You thought his humble lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrayne.
Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
Okay, he's new.
I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. An asparious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang. I hope I remember all these voices.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides' defense, and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
How old is she? Okay, I remember you. Not from being on a previous jury, but... Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
That's the police killer Odomall lookalike. Again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems.
Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening.
Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Von Zieks.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord!
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled.
Is there such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't know. I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity! My goodness, how shocking!
Oh, the whole thing is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? Yeah, what the heck is he holding in his hand? I didn't give that any thought at first for some reason. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Order! Order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Osmond's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. I think I better go and refill my water before I start on this, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Witnesses, state their names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration the day in question, and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harebrayne, scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion. But this science was a success! The instantaneous kinesis worked! Everyone saw it! They must have done! Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success! Oh, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. The photograph of the victim has been entered in the court record. A photographic print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Aside from the stab wound, he looks pretty uninjured. He doesn't seem to have any injuries aside from the stab wound. And again, aside from where the stab wound went, his clothes are in one piece too. So yeah, that's strange. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Artie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So, to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine! You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simple, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. The chicken did it! Welcome to the stream, Reen. How you doing? Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. A front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through this crystal tower had a broken neck. He did? Let me look at that photo again. Well, I guess that might be a little hard to tell with the collar. So I'll just let that go for now. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. Could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No! That couldn't be further from the truth! I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Oh. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word! One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. The autopsy report has been entered in the court record. The autopsy report of the victim, Mr. Asman. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Yeah, but not necessarily in that order. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Oh, hard to think otherwise. Really? Very well. Counsel for defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Except I need to read this first. Let's see. Details of victim. Name, Odie Osmond, male. Age 47, nationality British. Time of death, the 21st of October, around 2:20 p.m. Cause of death, hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations, a broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Alright. I need to focus here. It's been a while.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. Which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. Ah! After the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in mid-air. So, although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
Hold it!
So the angle of projection is critical, is it? And you calculate it yourself, personally? Absolutely! The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. Only you got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right! That's the point! The calculation is so complicated even I can make a mistake! Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened! Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asmund was wearing at the time, I suppose. Oh! Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense! I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Just because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victims had 2 lives to live, does it? 2 right. Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I've finished my fish and chips. What fish? If you don't keep butting in every few seconds. Well, we all know that's a bottomless bag. And again, where's the fish? The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that is the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it?
Hold it!
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense.
Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object?
Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This.
Oh yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Counsel? Oh! Oh! There he is!
My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew, of course.
Oh, do you know each other already? He is one of my dear friends, like all my tools.
I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family.
Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't...
It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt.
No! That's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What?
Order! Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence.
The screwdriver has been entered into the court record. Professor Harebrayne's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood at the tip and it matches the shape of the victim's wound.
This is blood. Mr. Asmund's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it.
The details of the screwdriver have been updated in the court record. A metal screwdriver that was found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine. It has a very distinctive handle.
So one of Professor Harebrayne's tools is the murder weapon? Great.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Huh, do you really need to ask? There are only two people on that public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd.
The victim, Mr. Odiasman, and the accused, Professor Harebrayne. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right! I saw him with my own eyes!
Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it.
Excuse me.
Professor Harebrayne, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Oh, sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Oh! Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said
said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stopped the victim, eh? I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stunned Mr. Asman as you say. Eh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one. True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. What's up with that one juror? He's talking like he... I don't know. No one's going to talk about the fact that he seemed to at least be a possible witness himself? I don't know. Order! Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hollow chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Baroque. But I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Oh, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. I think I see where they're going with this. Or where he's going with this. Yes, sir! Where are they going with this? Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
Hold it!
Why would you think that, Inspector? With any wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Whilst it's still lodged in the body, it acts as a stopper, so it's, for want of a better word. I see. You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator. Where's this other son of a beater? If you ask me, this bloke masked what he was doing from view with his body before stabbing Asman in the chest. Then he beamed the victim off the stage with his fancy device. The screwdriver is still where he planted it. I will never do such a thing, not to my precious tools. I will never use them for such dirty work. You only use tools to their intended purpose. That's common knowledge for any scientist. The fact remains, the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated. So that's all the testimony you have to work with. I had no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Von Zieks keep that to himself until now on purpose, to gain the advantage? Oh well, I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. I saw the chicken did, and I'm like, the chicken clucking did what? Welcome to the stream, Dragoon. How you doing? And I'll be right back. Alright, let's continue. Let's see, I need to read through these again. This again. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Vertebrae. As usual, I'm going to save before I go with this, but this is the only thing I can think of that might contradict this right now.
Objection!
Okay, that's not it. The defense would have to object to the last statement, my lord. And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again, hmm? The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been... Oh wait, did I press this statement? Let me check. Let's see if I can check that. I did already press for it. Why would you think then? It's only when you pull the weapon out that profuse bleeding occurs. Oh wait, maybe the fact that this wasn't in the... That this wasn't at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Okay, yep, there we go. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stopped. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still on his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh, well, now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Hey, no, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. Whoa! That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Oh! Order! Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. You... This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Von Zeeks is stumped.
Hold it!
Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I know it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry.
About what?
Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency.
What?
Even the Phantom had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations.
You are not helping yourself here, buddy. What? What?! Yeah, for once I'm with him. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation. Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Yep. Probably gonna need a lot of that before this is over. Welcome to the stream. Hearts, how you doing? scientist. And again, he kind of threw himself under the bus just now, too. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Good, thanks, Luna. Just wrapped in a blanket, living out this snowstorm. Ugh. How about you? I'm doing good, thanks. But yeah, take it easy during that snowstorm. It's not. We're not due for any snow, but I think tonight's low is going to be 38 degrees, and that is pretty cold for Texas. So, I've been trying to not use my space heaters, but I don't know what's gonna happen. You know, just to save on electricity. So, but I don't know what's gonna happen tonight. So we'll see. At least I think that's still gonna be the low tonight. Let me check. Oh no, it's 46 now, so it went up. That's not quite as bad then. Unless it was a different day that was gonna be. Oh no, that was tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's when it's gonna be 38. For low. Yeah, tonight is 46, so that's not so bad. We got rain right now, and all day it's looked rotten enough that you could sleep all day. Yeah, that's no fun either. I think that's how I was yesterday and maybe Sunday too. Because it was pretty... We did have quite a bit of rain earlier yesterday, and then also on Sunday, which is why I didn't stream on Sunday. But yesterday's ended pretty early in the day, so I was still able to stream yesterday, as you know. Anyway, provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. The inconsistency explained. To be clear, I'm still at this stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, although, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Again, dude, you're still... This is fascinating, but you're still kind of digging your own grave here. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asmund was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. No, wait a minute. Metal won't... I don't know if I'm overthinking or not, but... Okay, yeah, the thing he's laying in is wood, but that's not what I'm thinking about with this. The cage he's in, rather. But yeah, again, that's not what I'm really thinking about. No, now I have a duty to protect the incredible machines that we built together. So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words? In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, each subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrayne could still have been the killer. Told you! My great hypothesis holds, you see! Do you not see the bigger problem here? We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrayne? Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Narhuddle. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I am a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes! Fire away, Mr. Narhuddle! I know I'm not being very consistent with his voice, I'm sorry. And maybe a few others, too. Yeah, I'm forgetting about pressing the statements, so let me do that first.
Hold it!
And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. Most scientists can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you? No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Narhuddle. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. Oh, great. So Lord Von Zeeks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice hell freezing over. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put.
Hold it!
Your hypothesis states it? So this isn't proven then? No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one. Based upon thousands of calculations. Have you ever done any voice acting, Luna, not including streams? I did a little bit. The only, if you're talking about before streaming, no, not professionally, or in, well, before, not regularly, and the only time I've done voice acting outside of streaming, yeah, no, I don't mind you asking at all. The only time I've done voice acting outside of my stream is when Shion started having me and some other friends of his start doing our own dub of Undertale, which has been postponed temporarily, but what we've done so far is on his YouTube channel. But yeah, outside of streams, that's the only real voice acting I've done. So far I've voiced Toriel and Dagaressa. That's awesome. I could see his Toriel. Aw, thanks. I'll try to. I should link the video sometime. Southern hospitality. Very true. Anyway. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. And I'm gonna be honest, I think this is the first time I've attempted doing a German accent, so... And I'm not sure it's a fitting voice for this character. I feel like he should probably maybe have a higher pitched voice, but I think it's hard for me to focus on doing both. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Well, that makes sense. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? Well, maybe remember his name. It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what they call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Osmond was placed for the kinesis. C. obtusa... Okay, whatever. Oh, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of a timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it were made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it! Yes! It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model! But the ultimate conclusion then is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Oh! Oh, indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. Yeah, I feel like this is the first time that our defendant has actually... that our client has actually made our job harder. At least as far as the games I've played so far.
Hold it!
You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No. Well, at least he was straightforward about it. I knew it. At the end of the day, I am the one responsible for Mr. Osmond losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse. I know that. Yeah, but the problem here is that they're accusing you of deliberately killing him instead of it just being a crazy accident. Except I don't think it's an accident anymore, but I still don't think he was the one that did it. No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Osmond? Oh well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis in the project and the research grant, of course.
Hold it!
How did you come to know Mr. Osmond in the first place? Oh, what the A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. Yeah. That is a very little paper, for sure. Like, how would anybody be able to read that? That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need new spectacles. No, you would need a magnifying glass.
I might have had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered-down water out of a tiny little glass. But Mr. Osmond read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory. And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly! That's exactly what happened!
I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Osmond provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the three of us produced that fantastic machine together!
The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Osmond took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man, really. I owe him everything.
Well, except for him being in some kind of criminal activity. But never mind.
Hold it!
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction? Teleporter online. The path is open. Welcome to the stream. Ashi, how you doing? When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction?
Yes! Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Osmond and I toiled over that machine for so long. We put our heart and souls into it.
Still in one piece? That's good. Glad to hear it.
I have to protect our work.
Yeah. Without any spoilers beyond this and the Phoenix Wright, the Ace Attorney, the Phoenix Wright trilogy that I've previously played, are there any clients we've had that have made made proving them innocence more difficult than it should have been? Again, no spoilers because I haven't played all the games yet, but so just give me a yes or no. That's kind of the point. Well, no. Let me explain what I mean. This guy is just non-stop talking about how well his invention worked, but is kind of digging his own grave by making it sound like he still could have been responsible for the murder. In other words, he's kind of working against us here. Unintentionally, but still. Because, yeah, everyone else has done it, but not by digging themselves into a deeper hole. More like by just... not by accidentally doing so.
I have to protect our work. So what's that on the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident.
That's the extent of the testimony, then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Yep, I think we're both on the same wavelength. Okay, to be okay, this is where I'm going to save again to be safe, but I think I might know what to present to prove this this incorrect. Let's see.
Objection!
Yep, called it. Professor Harebrayne, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Okay, so I guess those things on whatever those straps are aren't made of metal. You can clearly see that Mr. Asmund is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't... That's not... metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Oh! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrayne, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Oh! Where'd the inspector go? Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all my work! If I could say so here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society... yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. Again, what the heck is with the flask? Forget it. Or the beaker. What? Wait! What? Wait! Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been approved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. Judge, should he really be doing this in the courtroom? In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. Oh, so the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? Not sure if I have a way to raise an objection right now. I'll go and save again, I guess. Just to see what happens. In other words, if raising an objection doesn't work out and gets me in too much trouble, I'll reload and choose the other option.
Objection!
Professor Harebrayne has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators?
What would have been the value of such a grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year. Yeah, that definitely would have been a lot back then. According to the current market, that would be about $634 US. So, yeah, that would have been quite a bit back then. Anyway.
Oh, you can live handsome on that much for years.
The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. And plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No! I haven't deceived anyone! Least of all the government! My hypothesis is sound! The science is sound! Please, you must believe me!
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Oh, Baruch! And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Oh, Baruch. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Von Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration and the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. That would be helpful, I would think. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh! Yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. To be continued. Alright. Alright, yeah, we'll go ahead and save here, and I'm also going to use this time to go ahead and take a short break. So if there's anything you need to do, now's a good time. And when I get back, we will continue. So, So, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. And yes, no other defendant you've had has been so anti-helpful, but that's because he can't face that his discovery isn't worth its weight in bison dollars. Yeah, I suppose so. I also feel like he's in a little bit of denial or something. Anyway, let's continue. Although I think it is starting to sink in a little bit with that one reaction he gave to Von Zeeks earlier. Anyway, 23rd of October, 10:44 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that rocket explosion was an accident, not murder! That is what... You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me! Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Oh, but if I just run through some equations... Yes, you'll see, it's because my work is incomplete! Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I am a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being! Well, that might be a little over the top. You said you'd prove it was an accident! And I'd be done by now if you didn't keep insisting it worked. Pretty much. And while we're on the subject... What about Brock? He is being awful! Yeah. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait! He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore? No comment. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand. Counsel! Defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? 23rd of October, 11 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. You know, the fact that this seems to be that, unlike in other Phoenix Wright games, or Ace Attorney games, this is the only courtroom in this building, makes you wonder if how backlogged they are on cases that have to be tried. Oh well. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Von Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Oh my gosh. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Actually, depends on who it ends up being, I guess. But, so we'll see if it's who I'm thinking it is or not. Perfect. A detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time. The accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Unequivocally. I can talk, right? Yep. Although, who's the one in the middle? But yeah, I figured that would be the detective he was talking about. Witnesses, state their names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage. Is that supposed to be Spanish or Italian or something? Oh my goodness. Okay, apparently I dragged out the... apparently dragged out the German accent too early.
My name is Wilhelm Gossai Sigismund Ormstein.
Hope I'm not expecting to remember that whole name.
I have come to see the Great Exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
Oh.
I am very rich. I'm very rich. Inspector General Lescard, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up to one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? She clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. Do make a sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya?
60 feet. About 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incidente terrible. Okay, I'll do my best here. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage had fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Oh, most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions?
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes.
Uh-huh.
When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear.
Oh.
Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses.
Oh.
The bird cage...
Oh, come on. Really? Alright, just a sec. Alright.
The bird cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes, with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide.
You're gonna have a lot of balloons on the roof of the courthouse before this is over.
I still have lots of money.
Yeah, I gathered. Moving on. Precisely who is this curious infant?
I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I am here in London done sightseeing to visit my elementary school.
Ah, okay.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Do we really need that?
Then I remove my mask. This is what I look like.
Oh, yes, I see. Delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower, where the victim fell.
Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, Counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand.
Si, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambini.
Okay, he is Italian.
They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride.
£10? That's more than my annual stipend.
Got £20. £20 a month. That is my pocket money.
Girls have all the luck.
I got up there for free, I did. They're the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know?
Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though?
Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other.
That was a French accent, not Italian. My bad. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a different particular area.
See, on the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me.
Think, witness, I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed to the incident.
Right, I can fill you in there, my lord.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yep, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together.
You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything. We saw everything, 'cause we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that.
You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Hi? What's up,
Excuse
kid?
me.
Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
One teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Yes, what was it again? Yep, that's me. That would be me.
Wilhelm Gossig Sigismund Ormstein.
Just the 4 names, then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps?
Oh, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade.
What, does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah, there was a second explosion, And it was right beside a balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, isn't it? One moment there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy?
Just before the second explosion happened, next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon floating in the sky.
A green balloon?
You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did! I saw it! And you can't say I didn't! I will complain to the council! I will cry and scream!
Oh my gosh. I hope I hope having a voice this kid doesn't start to do a number on my voice. We'll see what happens.
My testimony is the truth! I am Bohemian Prince! You cannot say it's a lie! That is not allowed! Just playing the plain royalty card, are ya? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to us at the time.
Okay, I don't really know what to do here, but I'm going to keep pressing to see the rest of the dialogue anyway.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions are making me boring. Boring.
Boring or bored? I think you mean bored.
Ugh! English is very annoying. The country of my country... The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Yep, how does that feel? How does that feel, everybody in this country from Great Britain? Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Flying balloons never explode, for the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia.
Ma, die!
I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Here you are, Your Highness. And at that point, I wouldn't have given him one. Oh well. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Well, okay, fair enough. No, now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Liu? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen?
No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what happened.
Oh, I just now realized what his hat is. Because I kept seeing that flickering light, but I thought maybe it was some kind of weird glitch. But no, I see what it is now.
I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
But when I looked up at to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now.
Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I'd like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
Hey, use your head, Otto. How would it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I?
Right.
So, 'cause I wasn't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing!
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well 'cause of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out to me wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time.
Objection!
Oh, wait, really? You gotta be kidding. I thought for sure that would be it. Okay, wait a minute. Perhaps I need... Okay, hang on a minute. It's not that this kind of exploded was a green balloon that's... So really, it wasn't this? Oh. Yeah, it should have been. So, what am I missing here? That is what I didn't accidentally present something else by mistake, did I? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. A diagram showing the relative positions of the crystal tower in Professor Harebrayne's machine that exploded. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to us at the time. Diagram showing the relative.
Objection!
Okay, let me read whatever it was. So there was a huge bang from the stage, bang in the sky beside us. let me do this again. Green balloon, you say? You sure about that? I'm only grateful that my balloons are not damaged.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Okay, whatever. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible.
I wonder if you might know what this is.
Oh, I think it may be. See, a part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope.
Sorry, the envelope?
Pardon, that is this large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with the hot air. It is made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gaultz testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Oh, okay.
Eh?
If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! Well, no more balloons for the prince. If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say? Even everyone maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, just haven't just been 10 whole pounds of the experience? How awful.
Seems to me that those things crash 50% of the time.
Objection!
I have no idea what voices, who was saying what there.
The instantaneous kinesis did occur without the explosion on the stage.
The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible.
An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Loon?
You are suggesting that I am a liar. That person's died in a balloon incident?
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was a sole fatality that day.
That's right, and I approve it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There is no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible.
You're saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Oh!
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than Meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Oh, grazie, my lord. Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe.
But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckon there was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and the blue zigzag stripes anyway. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente! If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia.
If you attack us, we will fight back! It will be war! All out war!
What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Consul, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. Mr. Loon's balloon.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor, I might not notice if I was given 100 dentiers and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Mr. Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task.
What? Me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss Barton said he'd have to go himself in that case.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky?
Oh, you an idiota!
Sorry?
That is like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies! What else?
Must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air.
See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe.
Hydrogen.
Lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Good lord!
I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like a fire. Even a small spark of static electricity can cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion! Explosion!
Yeah, isn't that what caused the Hindenburg disaster? Was just a spark of electricity or something? Or some source of electricity, anyway. I may be misremembering, but I thought it was something like that.
I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that was what happened, you must show me the proof.
Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues?
Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, mate. Anyway, always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead.
So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on.
Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence.
Go on, listener, you stumble across a bit the balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world.
Pardon?
Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation.
Yeah, I did notice that.
The cop.
Let me check something real quick. Okay, nope. Darn it.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there?
Yeah, some of the cows while were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't kill over, eh?
I hadn't considered that.
It seems there was some great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh?
You sure I'm still questioning that he had fish in that thing, but okay. Man's sole pleasure.
None of these matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente.
Let me see what that means. I know it's probably not important overall, but I'm curious. Oh, it just means lad. Okay. Wait, who's he talking to? Stupid. Okay. Okay, just... Okay, so what's that? And I think he was talking about Gina? Okay. No comment there.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong?
Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse.
And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that can be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that the green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'll agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition?
Si, exactamente, as the signaler says. It is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia,
Oh, he's talking about him, okay.
is mistaken about what he saw.
Alright, what do you want now?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
Is Master Wilhelm Gossark Sigismund Ormstein?
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Gazel, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh?
Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple explanation, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph right here.
Good gracious! What?
I had not been in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar.
The what?
The balloon?
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take your picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in more in experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph?
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
That kid.
Well, I see you are too short to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of this stupid person who made the camera. Wow!
That is one very gray bohemian sounding cry.
Ah!
Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. The photograph of the balloon has been entered into the court record. A photograph taken by Gotts while he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took this shot.
It's not my fault. It's your fault as the person who made the camera.
Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Let me take another look at it real quick. Oh. Well, again, can't prove its color, but there's definite proof that it probably exploded. There's also the fact that that's still there. Wait a minute, Wait, who's this? Is that... That's not Harebrayne, is it? I can't really tell. Probably is. It probably is. Wait a minute. Look at all these people. I thought this said... I don't know. Anyway, I'm done for now.
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang.
Wait a minute, let me check that again. Okay.
And a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig.
Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. It is hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Obviously, this has to be used somewhere. There was no one in this balloon, at least not that we can see. All three balloons are carrying passengers if they fell to the ground in an explosion or catastrophe. let's give this a try.
Objection!
Okay. I'm on a roll tonight. I mean, yeah, I think I made maybe one mistake. If I've made more than one, someone can remind me. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. So, see, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with the passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon.
I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not the one of mine.
Balloon on set might explode at any moment.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing it. See, the competition. They're trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage.
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asmund was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Yeah, I think there is.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We are well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
I'll save just in case, but I'm pretty sure I've already got the answer. The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened.
What?
It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. A clue that heavily suggests the real reason for the balloon exploded. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... Oh, right,
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon.
Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. Abort the fire and straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence?
If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness' sake, present it, man. What evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? Ah, so this finally comes into play. Although it makes you wonder what was shot from it. Let me get a closer look at it first. Ah. Okay, so this is kind of like a crossbow of sorts. And it was... Anyway. I'm gonna save again just to play it safe, but I'm pretty sure this is what we need to present.
Take that!
The true nature of the curious, slim streak of light is revealed by this. A curious answer with a slim chance of being the correct one, I feel. Okay, hang on. Actually, I'll keep going for a bit.
You'll fizzle out in a remarkably disappointing way.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and reload now. Alright, let me kind of look through this stuff again then. Okay, what am I missing? Is there something else in this photo I missed, maybe? Let me take a look again. No, because it comes from this thing of smoke. So yeah, I'm not sure what I'm forgetting. What I'm not getting here, but... Cause yeah, this is still in the... This... Well, I can't... Cause this cage was still a thing at the time. Wait a minute. Well, no, it's probably nothing else that was in the thing. Let's see. Barricade device found. Let me make sure there's not something to actually look at here. No? Really? Oh! Oh, there's some sort of lever here. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for that same thing, too. Ah, okay. So that's what I needed, probably. The details of the crossbow have been updated in the court record. And just a sec. Alright, let's see. A weapon found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. It turns out that it's a folding crossbow. Alright, that's all I need, really. So, now that I actually have some... Now that I've discovered this...
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil instead of light could have been shot from this weapon. Sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that the crossbow was used deliberately?
Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was... very likely a result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge? Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with a big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand understand the implications of what you were saying, my Nepalese friend. Aw, man, I thought maybe he's through with that. Oh well. If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what?
My goodness me! Now I understand. That's what that seeking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3? All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. No! This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Von Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrayne is a suspect now. Unless Harebrayne himself... Gosh dang it! Please stop! Mr. Narholder, I appreciate your efforts. Now I'm doing Italian accent again. Mr. Narholder, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrayne? Living up to his name is what? I, Albert Harebrayne, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odiasman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Order! 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 Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrayne, what are you talking about? It's what I said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it! It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove. Look! Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nepalese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects to the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, Counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrayne, my client, actually asked me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has our knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Ah, crap. I did not want to make this choice now. I was hoping they wouldn't make me do this, but... Obviously that was wishful thinking. The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous... You know what? What the heck? Let's see what happens if I pick this. I did just save, so... Ugh! No! I can't say it! My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's, what can I protect? Oh, hello!
Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long.
Susanoo-san! But what are you—
Hiya!
Okay, she's definitely here for real. Ah! My first Susanoo takedown in 6 months.
There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand.
Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrayne!
Oh, yes?
Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes, of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ooh!
So, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Baroque! Lord Von Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before.
In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too. A monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular I had to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Osmond introduced me to him a year ago. He is a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber? Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Thanks for the stretch, Soup. And welcome to stream. How you doing? Okay. So it's two then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion. Considering what we just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that it was found to be nothing more than a trick, that a work of deception, that everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asmund and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. So yeah, how's your day been so far, Soup? Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. fear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord von Zieks. My lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Threadmore. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense? Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Oh. The 23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I'm so sorry! I was wrong! You're alright! I tricked you! You trusted me! I dragged you into my mess! Oh! How did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it! Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me.
I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Runo, so it'd be a surprise.
Really?
Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future.
Susie's train was late to London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really wet the horse's heart so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh!
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London.
Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait!
Suzato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. Yes, definitely gonna save here, and this is where I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream for tonight. So hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel, link below, to see my past streams. And I'm actually very pleased with how much progress I made tonight. So we'll continue this next Monday, and I'll be back tomorrow to continue playing Omori. So hope I will see you then. If you stick around, I'll drop a raid. Let's see who to raid tonight. Okay, I'll go ahead and raid. I'll go ahead and raid Mr. Shion Petra 92, who is playing Fortnite. So I hope you'll stick around for that. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.